Hello everyone, how's it going today? Happy Friday! We are back for some more Lego building, and what may be the last session of the stadium. However, there is still a lot left to do, so I don't know, it'll depend on how I'm feeling when we get close to the 10 o'clock hour, shall we say. Either way, I don't think it would be a full set. Like, even if I played it conservatively, I don't think that we have a full session afterwards. So that's kind of why I'm saying that. Not quite sure how it will all shake out, but we shall see. So how is everyone doing today? I hope everyone is doing well. The other thing is that I am once again tired. Shocker, I know. It's like I don't sleep very well when the weather and temperatures are changing. Weird how that is. All right, let's get some brackets on here. Just on this side, just the 6. We return to Victory Gundam Stadium. I mean, you need a few more helmets full of heads for that. Alright, then we get our baguette pieces. Pieces that have been used for baguettes. I think mostly in, like, creator sets. Just commenting on all the blue, yellow, white, and red. You know that's kind of standard colors for all Gundams, right? Or almost all Gundams. So there's this meme going around of, you know, like get to know me with these anime or something like that. I was very tempted to do one for that, but it's all F91. That's after someone else did that with all Char's counterattack. Which is good, but my go-to Gundam movie of choice is F91. I think the animation's better. The pattern reminds you of Victory? That's fair. That is fair. Okay, 4 of these. I should do some Gundam rewatching one of these days. Has been a little while. What I've actually had a hankering for is Turn A. That's what I should rewatch. .0080 and 8th MS. I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But they're not my favorites. My favorite is Zeta. I mean, obviously. But in terms of just, like, sheer fun rewatching, oops. F91 is it for me. Mainly just because, like, I mean, if you're gonna rewatch, it's just a movie. You're not watching a full series. But the animation in F91 is some of the best. You like the more grounded stories? That's fair. I just find Camphor is a good one. Camphor is a very good one. I just like... I think that, like, on so many points, F91 is top of the line for me. I love the animation the best, the art style. It has, in my opinion, some of the best mecha battles in all Gundam. In 1947, Real Madrid became the first Spanish team to place numbers on their players' shirts. I mean, that's how you keep track of them. I mean, otherwise, you know, how do you keep track? And again, that's not to say that the others are bad. No, I have not read Crossbone. I'm very disappointed that we've never gotten a animation of Crossbone, honestly. We really should. At this point. Alright, so 2 of these, and we have a silver 1x2 grill slopes. So that's nice. That's cool. I do like the Crossbone Gundam itself, the mecha, but not as much as F91. See, like, other than Zeta Gundam, I think that F91 is my favorite true Gundam. It has some of the best lines. I love the variable speed beam rifles on its back. The mouth parts that open. And then, of course, the after images that have mass. Yes, there is a judo cameo in Crossbone, yeah. I believe. And he is still using the double Zeta. It's a good question where he got it. I haven't gotten into Gundam manga too much. I mean, I do have, in fact, on a shelf right over there, all of Gundam the Origin, which is absolutely amazing. Highly recommend. But others that I've tried to get into have ended early. Alright, so we have this nice, like, because we have a half-plate offset here that makes up for the half-plate height there on the tip of the slope. So it makes a very nice, smooth slope. It's very cool. Need to get the rest of Origin? Oh yeah, the hardbounds are so good. So good. I was actually getting the earlier run, but again, like, the hardbound Gundam the Origin is probably one of the only manga series that I've gotten into that didn't end prematurely in the United States. On Mother's Basement suggestion, you watched Origin as your first UC series. That is a good choice to get into it. It is one of the most beautiful, although it is non-canon for UC. But it is one of the most beautiful, one of the most well done. It's very, very good. Highly recommend it to anyone. It is a good gateway drug. I hope you enjoyed it. Howdy, Bahamut. How's it going? No worries about being late. Yeah, I have all of the comic paperbacks that came out until they stopped, and then I got all the hardbounds, which were amazing. But I got into... I think there were a pair of 3 volumes that... Or maybe it was just 1 volume. I forget. It's where GP05 and not... Yeah. Wait. Not GP. Just... GO4 and GO5 were from. It was a limited 3-volume manga. 2 volumes came out here in the US. That's it. They... École du Ciel, which is very good. Artwork by Haruhiki Mikimoto. Again, ended prematurely, did not finish all of that. It got up to like 12. So, very frustrating. I kind of stopped getting manga around that time because it was just like, all right, fine, whatever. Nothing that I get into is going to be finished, so whatever. There are a few things that I've gotten into that did finish, but not too many. Okay, there we go. I don't think so. But I'm not sure. Like, there came a point where I just stopped paying attention because everything was, everything that I was getting into that I wanted, like, I mean, obviously, like, I could have picked up other things, but, again, like, compared to, kind of similar to how I feel about portable game consoles, where I'd rather read a book, I would also rather read a book than read a manga, given the choice. So it kind of takes something special to get me into a manga. Just not really my thing. Yes, I've read the original Gundam novels. I don't think anything else has come out here. I haven't gone looking for, like, fan translations or anything. The original Gundam novels are weird compared to the show. There's a lot that is very much like, well, that's a choice, kind of thing. Yeah, I wasn't exactly going to say that one, but yes. There's other things, too. I wish we'd gotten the full 52-episode series, because there are some notes out on what would have happened, and they're pretty neat. There we go. I think they did explore some of that in G-Quux, although I haven't seen G-Quux. But hey, we're about a month away from getting the next volume of Hathaway. I'm looking forward to that. If it's playing locally, I'm going to a theater for that, which will be the first time I've gone to see a movie in theaters in a very long time. I'll probably try to go during the day on a Friday. Hope that there aren't many people there. You saw Lego in your local newspaper? Nice. What was it about? Well, let me know when you do, because I will be curious. I don't need details, I'm just, like, generally curious what it is. I will take a look after the stream. I actually don't know if Alaska... Probably, I mean, it would be at, like, Anchorage, I assume. Has a Lego club. Anchorage should be large enough, I would think. Unfortunately, my local club meets every Saturday, so I'm kind of busy on that day. Okay, and then this clips on here. There we go. There might be a small one in the area between the 2 or 3 towns where you live. I hope so. Lego clubs are a lot of fun. The way this piece looks in the manual makes it seem like it could be used for a diorama or a cityscape. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot that you could do with some of these pieces for a micro-scale city build, which would be pretty neat. I mean, 1x2 grill tiles were used for the kind of corrugation on the Empire State Building. A massive number of them. There, I believe this is going to go on here. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So we got the overhangs for the second bank of seats. That will be bag number 23. Fried chicken ice cream. That is not a pair of flavors that, well, I guess it's not really a pair of flavors. Ice cream is a type of food, not a flavor. Still, weird. Glad I'm not the one eating it. Okay, where are... There we go, there's one. The other black, there it is. I mean, cucumber isn't sweet, but it's not like... I don't think it would be... as off-putting as I think fried chicken ice cream would be. Like, I'd be far more reticent to try fried chicken ice cream than I would be cucumber ice cream. But I like cucumbers. Pickles are completely different. Pickles are an abomination, a corruption of cucumbers, which are good. Four by 4 cylinder plate. And a 2 by 2 by 2 plates. Corrugated brick. You're tempted on picking up the Jurassic Park Jeep set? I am as well. It does look very nicely designed. I was kind of amused that the Restaurants of the World Mexican taqueria was like eligible for every Lego set that Lego had, except for that Jeep. I was like, well, okay, I can wait on that Jeep. That's fine with me. If you ever get a Jeep, you'd try to get it painted like that. It's kind of a shame that that kind of Jeep isn't really made anymore. They've done a really good job with the minifig scale ones as well. Howdy, Mad Rhapsody. Something about random ice cream flavors? Yes, there was some ice cream flavor randomness. Very weird. Last Lego build that you made was the Enterprise, which was lots of fun. Yes, that's a good one as well. I have that on a shelf nearby. Think the ice cream was supposed to just look like fried chicken legs and not be chicken flavored? Why would you make it look like chicken but not flavored like chicken? That's weird. And what flavor would you make it? Because that's also weird. It'd be like getting a chicken nugget but it tasting like bacon. It's gonna just be weird. Even if you like bacon. Cat got annoyed at you for paying attention to it and not him, so he laid down on the instruction book. I mean, I find like Lego instructions these days are so thick that I actually find using the paper instruction booklet a real pain. So even when I'm not streaming Lego building, I still use the PDFs. That said, I don't know that I would want them to discontinue including instruction booklets, because what would you do if you didn't have access to the digital instructions? You also knocked Worf down when you built that minifig? I mean, to be fair, Spot didn't like Worf either. Vanilla with a chocolate bone inside and some sort of crispy exterior. That's just weird. You actually started using the Lego mobile app on your phone. Nice to be able to rotate the view. Well, I basically always have a computer nearby, so that's the main reason why I haven't used the any of the apps. My issue isn't really rotating the view. I have some good skills with Lego building. Not to toot my own horn there. It's mainly the colors of things like dark brown that bothers me. Like, I really, really want them to change the outline color for dark brown pieces. I think using black for that is just ridiculous. For the Hocus Pocus set, you did need to use the PDF copy since you had the wrong instruction book in the set. Yeah, that's unusual. I have not seen that. There it is. And I've certainly gotten enough Lego sets that, if that were at all common, it would have happened to me. Like, I'm pretty sure the wrong piece in a set is more common. That's disgusting, Nadaroge AI. What is wrong with people? Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that. I remember you mentioning that. That is also very weird. I've luckily, like, when I've had to get replacement parts, they have not made an error on those, at least. Did finally get the right one for your collection? So yeah, at this point, I would mostly want that for the 20 extra points for scanning the code on it. Which I'm way behind on doing that. I have a pile, but I'm definitely thinking about starting to recycle the booklets. They're just getting too thick and taking up way too much space. Like, I had a lot of Lego sets when I was a kid, and they fit in like one of those like file totes that's about this big kind of thing. Because so many of them were just like a single sheet or 10 pages, and now sets at the same price point are like 30 pages or 80 pages or something like that. Also had to evacuate in the middle of that build due to Hurricane Milton. Oof. It's a library that was showing off Lego builds from people aged 2 to 20 plus. Nice. That is excellent. I was thinking the other day that I kind of wanted to make a stave church for my my Viking village. Alright, I got a bot that I need to ban. There we go. Luckily, that was caught by AutoMod. Do you have a part of a bookshelf to put the instruction books? You're running out of space for the sets themselves. Well, I got an old filing cabinet, 2-drawer filing cabinet from someone, and I put instructions in there temporarily, and that was what really made me realize that I should probably just start recycling this stuff. And it's because like they're just it's. What the heck? What is going on there? Like, it wasn't even that many instructions to fill that thing up. There we go. Oh, I'm talking about the instructions. I got this filing cabinet, 2-drawer filing cabinet for instructions. Put them in, and I'm like, that doesn't even make much of a dent. I think I should start recycling them. So once I get them scanned, I mean, I'm not gonna like do old stuff, but new stuff, yeah, stuff that I can easily get for in PDF version. You're a bit of a pack rat. Oh, I am too. I have shaken some of that in some cases, like with the Lego instructions. And it's really just because I have so many of them. Lost all your dad's paperback sci-fi novels to 2 flood events? Aw, that sucks. There we go. This is a stadium, yes. Yes, this is the 3rd quarter, actually. The club has traditionally always wore a white home kit since its inception. That should not be an extra piece. Hold on. Oh, yeah, no, that's easy. I missed it just right there. Oh, yeah, I mean, I put things on display, some things. Like, this is not going to go on display. I'm building this to build it. Like, I like looking at it a little bit once it's done. I like the build experience. I find it interesting. I like, like this kind of architecture right here could make a great office building, micro-scale office building. And that's pretty cool. I like getting that kind of, design idea and stuff like that. This is, as it says on the subject line, Real Madrid Bernabeu Stadium. All right, so spare parts, beige 1x1 tile slope, and a yellow 1x1 cylinder plate. But like this is going to come apart like within a couple weeks of it being finished. Whereas every modular city set that I've built is still put together. On the stream, I should say. It'd be weird if one day LEGO would make scale cityscapes of real cities, like very tiny scale Rome circa 200 AD or something. I think it would just be too big. Like those are actually like even considering how much smaller they were in the past, they would be very spread out. Oh well, I made Barcelona Stadium a while ago, so. I did that one. I'm not a soccer guy though, so I like building. I like building these. There are sets that I like to build, and there are sets that I like to display. I mean, the American English word for it is soccer. And actually, football is not from playing with your feet, as in kicking the ball. It's for playing on your feet, as opposed to playing on a horse. Any sport that was on foot, i.e. a peasant sport, could be called football. I mean, assuming that it had a ball. No, football literally means that you're playing it on your feet, as opposed to playing it on a horse. That's the origin of the word football. Because the nobles played sports on horseback. Yes, tennis could have been called football. It wasn't until there were actually like organized rules that you started getting the actual games of rugby and soccer and stuff like that. Sports like hunting foxes with large dog packs, yeah, which you're on horseback for. And polo. I mean, polo is played on horseback as well, and that was a popular sport of the nobility. We get that on there. Now, they tend to use these for, like, doors, I think. Maybe these aren't doors, I don't know. I haven't seen the actual stadium. Nothing there. Oh yeah, two 2x4s here. There we go. Like, one thing I find interesting is that I'm pretty sure 30 to 40 years ago, see, this step is just these 3 pieces, and then you've got these 4 pieces over here, and I'm pretty sure 30 to 40 years ago, that would have been 1 step. You'd put all of these on at once. Is there a Lego Celtic Park? No, the only 3 stadiums that they did were Old Trafford, Madrid, and so Manchester, Madrid, and Barcelona. You're regretting a decision in your Minecraft creative build? Well, luckily you can rebuild it, right? Old Lego manual shows 1 piece, and next panel is half the thing built. No, that's only the idea books. The idea books would do that to save space. Old Lego instructions were pretty good, but yes, they could be a lot of pieces all at once. Because most of them were also hand-drawn. Or at least drafted. I do love the old idea books. They were pretty great. A lot of great ideas in them. I think it's a shame that LEGO doesn't do those anymore. Six-story tall towers, but decided to copy the floor design from the first floors. Would I like to play a game? I mean, I play lots of games. I got my Spelljammer game tomorrow, Dragon Quest VII on Monday, and then, of course, my daily LP videos. Not that I record them daily. how much time would it take to recreate a ziggurat in Minecraft? It depends on how big you make it. No, I have not done the Death Star. I'm not a huge Star Wars person, so... And considering that there is a Star Wars tax on all the Star Wars sets, I generally only get the ones that are, like, actually interesting builds for me. So I haven't gotten any of the big Star Wars sets, actually. Well... No, I have the big Luke's land speeder, but I got that on sale, so... I might not have gotten that otherwise. Right, but also, they're different sizes of ziggurats. It's not like... Kind of like how there's different sizes of pyramids. Tried to get me to get the AT-AT? I just couldn't justify the price per piece, honestly. Like that's the big hang up for me. Most of those are really poor price per piece ratios. And I might be willing to pay that if I was a big Star Wars person, but I'm not, so... Okay, I'm glad you clarified, not a rogue AI. I mean, I don't think it would take, like, a super long amount of time. They're not complex structures. Less time if you don't make it solid. Which you don't have to. In Minecraft. You do in the real world. Although, since you have spell-jamming flying pyramids, I think it would be cool to have spell-jamming flying ziggurats. I just haven't done that yet. No, not a rogue AI. It's not specific enough. I'm joking. Because there's been lots of ziggurats. Okay, and then we get the slopes. Howdy, Gilda-Tongue. Indeed it is. I mean, the thing about, like, making something in Minecraft, it depends on whether you're in creative or in non-creative mode. Depends on, you know, what materials you want to make it out of. Depends on, it depends on so many different things that it's really hard to say exactly how long it would take for, anything like that. And there we go. Got that bank of seats. Now bag number 25. Very tempted on building the fan-made Lego King Crab from Battletech, but it's fairly expensive, $300. Well, how many parts is it? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Gilded Tongue. Hopefully you're feeling better. You remember off the top of your head, but it's a good number since it's a fairly large set. Yeah, I mean, because it really depends. Like, I don't consider Lego expensive unless it's more than 10 cents a piece. Now, obviously, a fan design is not constrained by things that Lego would be constrained by. It can include expensive parts. And it depends on how you are, like, how you're sourcing the parts and stuff like that. One of the big advantages of buying a lot of Lego and sorting the parts out is that if you want to build something that someone else has designed, oftentimes you don't need to buy too much. Howdy, Iagra, how's it going? There we go. That is continuing to be nice and flush there. Orc is tired, but survived the encounter with humans, have meds and food. I mean, as a dragon, I can just generally recommend total destruction of humankind. That's my my go-to answer. But see, I'm ethical about my human use, so, I have to eat them. So that does limit how many I can totally destroy, It was total destruction of humankind who would run the Lego plants? That's true. That's a good point. You were lucky enough to get a great set, the Viking Village, for only about 6 cents a brick. Nice. Howdy, Red Hyena. That is a very good set. That is a very, very good set. I put that in the same tier as the Lion Knight's Castle and Medieval Market Village. Very good. All right, Honey is a Beast. Have a good rest of your night. You were inspired by my streams. First set you've bought in a long time. Loved it. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, it's really nice. I was talking earlier about wanting to make a stave church to go with it. Need a Fright Knight's castle? Well, I know someone who would agree with you there. I was really hoping that the success of the Lion Knight's castle in the medieval market village would lead to like regular large castle sets like that. Like one a year would be fantastic. Those would be day one purchases for me. Especially if they were like inspired by other old themes, like the Fright Knights, like the Dragon Masters, that kind of thing. You need humans for your tea farms. Well, look, if humans would stop warming the planet so much, then maybe I wouldn't be so tempted to utterly destroy them, you know? Oops. Well, that's not great. I have more of those, but I'm going to need one of those, so hold on. I just need to go get that part that went flying. Alright, got the part. Let's get that on appropriately. Howdy, Minor Trader, how's it going? The part tried to escape me. How dare it? Playing a session of a World War I strategy game with hexes and the Western Front was going great with high morale until Belgium surrendered. Wow, was it France? I kid. Don't make it flare the Legos. I need those. How dare you? It's terrible. Well, no, obviously they shouldn't have escaped, but that doesn't mean that death is the response. Dang. Has there been a recent-ish haunted-type spooky LEGO castle set? No, not a castle. There has been a haunted house, Creator 3-in-1, which is pretty nice. I do recommend that. I mean, that's the thing about, like, a series of, Lego castles is that they could have done a haunted castle, whether Fright Nights or not. Rising cost of housing has affected even the supernatural, forcing them to downsize. Oh, is that where toilet ghosts come from? They just can't afford to haunt an actual house? So they have to haunt a bathroom? Dang. Harsh. Clearly there needs to be undead rent control. Now, you don't want to call anything a haunted grotto, Red Hyena, because that's just going to lead to unfortunate jokes. Yeah, I got a haunted grotto, if you know what I mean. Maybe they should just pass on like they were supposed to. Wow, that's so insensitive to our formerly living brethren. A haunted timeshare. That went over your head? That's fine. Haunted gazebo that actually does attack the players. There we go. And this one goes on right here. Alright, spare parts. One trans light blue 1x1 tile slope. Alright, bag number 26. I mean, if you want a gazebo that attacks people, you can just make it a mimic. To be paladin that does exorcisms of buildings, trying to remove the ghosts and demons, but just sends them to a different building so people always need his help. Yeah, not very lawful good. Not very lawful good. That's true. That is true. But I mean, I'm always happy to talk about mimics, so, you know. A shady paladin, aka a priest of Cyric. Are there really laws about stuff like that? I mean, there could be. Go back to King of Dragon Pass and look at the number of times I sued ghosts. Huh? That is one of my favorite parts about King of Dragon Pass, and it is definitely something that I would incorporate into an Anglo-Saxon style setting. It did remind me of an actual manga series that that didn't end prematurely here in the U.S. That I liked. Ghoststalker's Daydream. I think it's like 4 volumes. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's on my list of things to maybe play. It's just one of those things of like, I'm not sure if it's going to hit the same. That's the main reason why I haven't looked into it. Ride Like the Wind, I believe it is. No. Something of age. 6 Ages. I think there's a wind word in there. I'm forgetting. It's been a while. Yes, only 4 volumes, and I mean, it might be 6. I don't remember exactly. I have it on a shelf nearby, but it's been a while since I read it. I should read it again. It's really good. But it's one of the few manga series that I've gotten into that didn't end prematurely here in the United States. Most manga series that I get into. Apparently, I'm the weird one out there. A plot that's well-paced? That's not actually, like, on anything, which is a little weird there. I think there was an OVA for it as well. Let's see, just one of these, okay. I mean, that obviously cannot be true, Tom Brown. I'm the normal one. It's everyone else who's weird. Wow, Bahamut thinking I'm a monster. That's terrible. That's so mean. Jeez. You just want the Ald Rage? You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Did I mention that I watched the one of the Bill Bixby Hulk movies? The Trial of the Incredible Hulk? I was actually surprised. It was pretty good for, you know, like a 1980s down-to-earth superhero made-for-TV movie. Did it have Reb Brown? No. Nor did it have Woppets. Yep, that's the first Stan Lee cameo. He was apparently annoyed that they wouldn't let him leap out of the jury box. You can only watch TV movies with Reb Brown. It's pretty limiting. You can't even watch the miniseries The Odyssey with Armand Assante, which I realized was on Tubi, and I need to rewatch that. Considering it's been since it was live that I've seen it. Since it first aired, I should say. I mean, they were hoping that it would be a backdoor pilot for a Daredevil TV series. Apparently, there's another one that also served as a backdoor pilot for Thor, neither of which were picked up. Two monsters that you can steal a Gaia gear from. Man, you're going to be so flush with cash when you sell all of them. I assume what you mean by Gaia Gear is the non-Gundam Gundam novel Gaia Gear. Whenever you think of Armand, do you think of Fatal Instinct? I'm not actually sure if I've seen Fatal Instinct. Yes, you are? Good, good. I mean, as you should. As you should. Okay, that is going right here. I was not really expecting this thing to be held on by a click hinge. 60 behemoth suits that are completely useless. Not completely. They're worth at least 60 gold. 60 gil. Don't spend it all in one place. I know, so much cash, isn't it, Bahamut? You'd just be so flush with money. Think you can turn the behemoth suit into the snow mufflers at the Coliseum? Isn't that what Umaru is equipped with? Do they actually sell for cash? Watch Fatal Instinct, it's truly funny. Oh, is that the spoof one? I think I might have gotten that mixed up with something else. Not Basic Instinct, but something else, and I'm not sure what. we go. All right, now the grill plates. You consider Gaia Gear more canon than the live-action Gundam? Which I have not seen G-Savior, actually. DJ Birdman bringing us a raid. Let me get you a shout-out there. How's it going? Thank you very much for coming on out and sharing your audience with me. I appreciate it. What were you up to tonight? We are building a stadium, the stadium of Real Madrid. Chill cleanup stream for Yu-Gi-Oh! Eternal Duelist. Nice. I hope that went well. Okay, that's going right there. Yes. All right. Connect that up. All right, spare parts. We got a 1x1 cylinder plate in yellow. All right, bag number 27. Just casual beating stuff 20 times, yeah. You know. Hopefully that won't take you too long. Bahamut, let me guess. One gill? One whole whopping shiny gill? It's an easy set, just a grind. Well, at least hopefully that will be fairly fast. Woohoo, one! I mean, Bahamut wasn't the real Gil the friends we made along the way. Alright, where is the other big tan one? Yep, there should be one more. Yep, there it is. Okay. You want cold hard Gil? Wow, not caring about friends at all. So heartless. You didn't really like the change to a Gil from Gold in the Final Fantasy? Well, I mean, to be fair, early Final Fantasies were just G. And I believe it was always Gil in the Japanese. See, just one inverted slope. 2 2x2 plates. So heartless as a dragon that steals the bread and coins from the slums in Tecmo Secret of the Stars. I mean, if they didn't want me to take them, they would have nailed them down. So I'm pretty sure they wanted me to take them. They wanted me to have those so that I could defeat Homunculus, Lord of Darkness. I mean, if I don't have those, how could I possibly defeat Homunculus, Lord of Darkness? How do you nail down bread? I mean, with nails, obviously. With a hammer, exactly. You're surprised the storyteller is so honest to the kid about them stealing from poor people? I'm not stealing anything. They are entrusting it to me so that I can save the world from Homunculus, Lord of Darkness. And also, some lady gave me money to take her husband away. So, you know, am I really the one in the wrong? I think not. I think not. Seems all is worse for us to go with bad. I think you guys have fallen under the spell of Homunculus, Lord of Darkness. It's a sad, sad state of affairs when you have fallen under the sway of Homunculus, Lord of Darkness. The bow brick was introduced in 1995 and has been used in everything from space shuttles to sports cars, and now the iconic roof of the Santiago Bernabeu. Capu's gonna get his revenge on you if you keep this up, guys. Just saying, just so you know. Neutral, filthy neutral. Ugh, disgusting. Alright, let's see. One by one bricks here. And here. Here and here. Alright, two one by one cylinder plates. No one in Secret of the Stars can summon you? That's what you think. Haven't gotten to the end yet, you never know. Someone might be able to summon you. Might even be Homunculus, Lord of Darkness. Can't believe you'd stay neutral in the face of Homunculus, Lord of Darkness. That's terrible. It's terrible. Have you no sense of morals? Have you no sense of morals? Wouldn't be the first time a game and a villain summoned you. That's true. I can't believe you let Isaru summon you. Like that little dweeb. Kuju did that, but then Garland beat you up. That's true. That's true. Garland, the weakest boss from Final Fantasy I, kicked your butt. That's got to be a stain on your reputation. Howdy, Kinshire. How's it going? How do you even live it down? How do you even live it down? The Light Warriors, they laughed in the face of Garland saying that he'd knock them all down. But Bahamut, he got knocked down. He's the one that got knocked down. There we go. Got those on. Now, for the ribbing. Alright, to be fair, it's been a while since I played Final Fantasy IX. Like, it's been months. I can't be expected to remember things that happened months ago. You expect me to remember everything? I only remember data. Great at remembering data. There we go. The roof. It's ribbed for her pleasure. Alright, let's get this on here. Do I remember what, Gilded Tongue? I'm sorry? Where was I on the 24th of May, 1990? Well, I would tell you, but I'd have to kill you. Okay. Now we're getting some seating up here. Mammoth suits get you snow mufflers in FF6, which get you Dragonhorn relics. Yeah, that's I kind of remembered it being a part of a chain, which is kind of why they're not like it's okay to get them. I'm actually really annoyed that you can't equip Umaro in that game. I think you really should be able to. Like, it's silly that he can't even wear like leather armor or something like that. Returns from watching a video on YouTube. Don't know why, but Illusion City seems painful. Really? I'm actually really enjoying it. Like, I'm not actually playing it, but I'm just along for the ride pretty much. But I think it could really use a remake. Oops. Yeah, that goes on there 1 by 2. I mean, I get the idea behind it because he's a, you know, like a monster kind of thing. He's not exactly the most intelligent of creatures and things like that, but he should still be able to swing some weapons around. You've fully played 1, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11. You haven't played 2, 3, or 5, huh? Any reason why you have not? Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics, another Final Fantasy Tactics would be great. Oh, you played them but never not beaten them. All right. Well, you know. You could. I've not actually played any of 13. I don't know if I will. I might just stop at 12. I mean, I'm not going to say that it's going to be 100%, because I don't know. I don't know what I would not want to do, like Blitzball. But yeah, I mean, I'll be playing 10-2 eventually. I mean, I can't say when, because I don't know. Okay, there we go. Got those seats there. Well, yeah, no, I mean, I'm going to use a FAQ. I mean, of course I will use a FAQ. I basically always use a FAQ. You'd rather Skies of Arcadia first? I mean, it's fine. You could rather have whatever you want. I don't care. It's not up to you. Ald will play FF10-2 starting March 4th, 2028. I'm curious why you chose that date, Gilded Tongue. Sounded benign. Fair enough. He's spoiling the future for me? I mean, if he knows tomorrow's lotto numbers, then he can spoil the future otherwise as much as he wants. No, Minor Trader, no. That has not happened. That is a patron's choice or bust game. Pagan will be easy at 9. 9 will be the real question. You've been threatening me with hot pickles on a stick. I mean, you know, that might be the problem, Lord Canis. Maybe an enticement rather than a threat would garner better results. You know what they say. You gather more all dragons with ham than pickles. Just saying. No carrots, only sticks. Dang. Harsh. That doesn't sound like actual ham, Lord Canis. You'd rather not think about there being multiple all dragons? Yeah, too much of a good thing, yeah. I get it. I get it. It would just be overwhelming. The sheer bliss, you know. So many awesome all dragons around. Just cause someone's brain to explode from sheer joy. I understand. I understand. I mean, if there were multiple all dragons, then you'd get even more Let's Plays and streams. Food would be more expensive, though. Howdy, Shield of Hope. How's it going? They don't have pigs in Pagan? It's either the Thorax dinosaur-looking things or the giant arachnoid cattle? Working really hard on convincing me to not play it, Lord Canis. How am I supposed to feed Iolo the fruitcake and keep the ham for myself if there are no pigs? Just ain't right, I tell you. Just ain't right. Alright, spare parts. 1x1 peak slope and a 2 L bar with stop in white. You like a good fruitcake? I mean, I would probably like a good fruitcake too, if that existed. But it doesn't exist. It's an impossibility, so, you know. Oops, that's not the way that's supposed to go. You remember a game giving you a fruitcake and you lost stamina if you eat it? I always loved feeding Iolo just like the worst food items that I got that were just like the things that I personally would never touch if I had a choice in the matter. It was good times. Good times. He got fruitcake, he got leeks. Trying to think of what else he got. Iolo probably hid hams for me. No. He ate what I gave him, and he liked it. Because he knew what would happen if he didn't. That whole "let's sing a sea shanty" line, that was a cry for help. It's a lot of silver grill tiles here. Avatar Ald seems very unvirtuous. Nope. Ald is the most virtuous. I am, after all, the Avatar. Thus virtuous. One cannot be the Avatar if one is not virtuous. The best thing, of course, was using a ship's hold as my backpack. No, we met the charlatan. He was not me. I am the Avatar of virtues. I'm surprised that these click hinges are red, actually. Alright, 28 1x2 grill tiles. Get these on. Almost like we're building the Empire State Building. I actually don't have that set. That is one that I never got. The Flatiron Building had a lot, though. It's a lot smaller, though. There we go. Ah, I see. That's why that was there. That is to take this... that right in there. Okay. So that it doesn't wiggle or anything. So we've got 4x4 double inverted slopes. These were the standard bases for airplanes and speedboats in the 80s and 90s. I got a plane of similar, like, number of these. I don't remember exactly how many it was, but just a cute little passenger plane set. It was like 15 bucks or so, and I got that with a $20 bill that I found when we went to the 4th of July fireworks festival, and found that $20 bill sitting in a porta potty. Not in, just like in the overall thing, not like gross. My sister is still jealous of me for that and other things that I have won and found. I won a giant pumpkin in, like, kindergarten or first grade. She was, like, and I didn't care at all. I could not care less. And, she wanted that, and she still to this day brings that up. I hope that raises my stats. There we go. And that goes right there. And this goes in right there. So creating this very grilled look. Silvery and shiny. The club has won 65 domestic trophies, including 34 La Liga titles and 21 European trophies. Good for them. I have no idea what that means. Okay, that is actually going to be it for this quarter. I guess we're going to put this part on later. So let's slide that up there for now. Bag 29. I think I need to look at my chair, see if anything can be tightened, because it is squeaking like crazy. Six by 6. Alright, let's pull out 2 more of these. I do not see cats for behemoths. Maybe in some of them, but some of the games, but not most of them. What do I see them as? Behemoths? This was not fitting on very well. I think there was a slight mold issue here. Seems okay. I don't know, it's not, you're not going on too well, too easily. Nope. That should be that way. There we go. Weird. Yeah, they're clearly mammalian. But, I mean... kind of like dragons don't actually fit into any existing reptile categories. Neither do behemoths. I mean, they do have some significant differences between each game, too. Like, I'd say that they have some boar features, for example. The Mystic Quest Behemoth isn't related to the FF4 Behemoth? I mean, it is a little. It's not related. Oops. Right there. Age of Mythology behemoths are clearly reptiles. Not fish? It's been a little while since I've seen some of them, so... Oops, there is supposed to be that right there. Rhea? I don't think Behemoth is Greek. I mean, the origin is definitely not Greek. The word might be Greek, but from a different language. Yeah, I think Behemoth is the Hebrew. Or Bahamut is one of the other Semitic languages. There we go. And now these. From Latin? What dictionary are you getting that from? Latin shouldn't end in TH. I don't think Latin even has TH. Oh, so they just assigned creatures kind of randomly. Got it. Okay. Basically, we got a lot of leftovers from Greek mythology. Who gets what? Yeah. Makes a little bit more sense. Just a little bit. Those are in there. Hold on a second. Whoops. All right. These need to go in one. I did screw that up. Long time ago. There we go. Fix that. To be fair, they did give Prometheus clay golems. I mean, like, yes, I get why they did that, but also the clay golem is Hebrew. It's Jewish. Alright, so spare part. Red 1x1 cylinder plate with a top peg. Does Epimetheus get Pandora? Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that Behemoth itself would not, like, there needs to be more to that than for that to be a Latin word. Pandora actually had yeah. Oh, actually, no, you're getting right. Right, sorry. I thought you said box. I misread it. I was like, wait a second. Then my brain caught up. I didn't sleep super well last night because of the temperatures, so I am actually a bit tired. No Epimetheus. Oceanus as a lesser titan? Excuse me? Man, my boy Oceanus getting shafted hard. Harsh. Oceanus is the eldest. I can kind of understand why they didn't put in Koyos or Krios. Because what the hell do they even mean? Do they stand for? That's what I've been struggling with. Found some good stuff to base them on, though. No Iapetus either. And I can understand no Minoitios. He does get killed. But still. I'm looking forward to writing him up. What Titan is Oceanus? Oceanus is the firstborn. Oceanus is the Titan of the ocean. Hence, Oceanus. Or Okeanos. At the time envisaged as the world circling river. So he was seen as freshwater, but as the Greeks explored, they updated their priors and saw him as a deity of saltwater. He's a pretty important one, actually. Like, I mean, the Romans still talked about him. Like, they still did mosaics of Oceanus. Not the Potamoi? Ugh. So Oceanus and Tethys, his wife, also one of the Titans, they are the parents of the 3,000 Potamoi, the rivers, and the 3,000 Okeanides, the Oceanids, the water nymphs, who represented things like springs and clouds, rainfall, that sort of thing. Oh, I am. It's one of the reasons why I'm starting with the 12 Titans, with the possible exception. I might leave Cronus for the last. And I am also looking forward to when I have to do Kronos, because there's Cronus and Kronos. If you can't hear the difference, listen harder. Actually, so I'm thinking of using the CH, even though it would be KH, just to further differentiate him, and to, since, you know, chronometer and stuff like that, because that word comes to us through Latin. But yeah, it's Kronos versus Kronos. It's an aspirated K versus a non-aspirated K, which is not distinguished in English very much. So it's not the easiest thing for us to, English speakers to distinguish. Word for Kronos in Age of Mythology is a giant sundial tower? Wait, they didn't even use the H? Because that's key. Like, that is a distinguishing element. That's how you tell the names apart. The H. Because it's aspirated. And of course we get chronological, chronometer, all of those words from that. But for a sundial tower? I'm confused. Sundial tower would be time. And admittedly, many of the Titans do have a time component to themselves. Still kind of weird to not... Yeah, apparently they did. Or they didn't do a very good job distinguishing them in their material. I mean, a lot of them did, I mean, that did happen. The conflating of the two, that is historical. I got the impression that they were distinguishing them with something that you said, but maybe I misinterpreted. No, I am not going to make Chaos as an actual entity. I don't think it serves a good purpose. And some of the other kind of primordial cosmic entities I'm not sure about. Like, I'm not going to have Tartarus be an actual creature entity either. Chaos is personified in myth, yes. In some myths. Not in all of them. I think it might be the Orphic tradition, but I'd have to go back and double-check. Oops. Right, alright. One by one there. 1 by 3. See, Chaos doesn't exist in all of the versions of the mythology. Just like you get different sets of Titans, and I'm kind of convinced that the reason that there is the Titanomachy and the Gigantomachy, is because there were two different traditions on that thing. And, like, you'll get some Titan names show up as giants, and I believe that that is because you had one group of Greeks whose origins included the Titans, and another whose origins included the giants, and through Hellenization, some mythographers were like, oh, well, these are two different things. Logic, I feel, when they first made the game was the major deities being the three most influential in the myths of their respective culture. Well, The thing, though, is that the Titans had no culture. Like, the Titans were not deities of a culture historically. There was no culture that worshipped the Titans and then, like, got displaced by those worshipping the Olympians. Were the Titans giant? Yeah, I mean, all of the Greek gods were seen as bigger than life. And early gigantes were human-shaped. It was only later that they got the snake legs. No, I understand that. But even so, I don't know, like, if you were a worshiper of the Titans, I don't think that you would worship Uranus. And Gaia was a major deity to the Greeks as well. So, I guess, like, that's kind of where my issues come from. Oops. Alright, I got that wrong. I mean, obviously, like, it's a video game. They can do whatever the heck they want. It's all for fun. I mean, that's kind of what drives me, is D&D is a video game, so I don't need to be beholden to realism for the Titans either. Alright, there we go. Alright, spare parts. We got a dark gray 1x1 plate and a blue 1x1 quarter cylinder tile. Of course, like the Titans, as I'm writing them up, there's some real, like, esoteric nature to many of them. Like, D&D does not exactly have a whole lot of great prophetic spells. And I don't mean just divination. I mean, like, actual prophetic spells. No, I will not forego Zephyros. But I'm going to include him as one of the Anemoi, which is a collective deity as opposed to individual deities. The individuals don't really get worshipped, kind of thing, apart from each other. Don't know why the generic Greek Titan unit is just needlessly sexy anthropomorphic Cerberus. It's a choice. They could have gone with Garyon. If they wanted 3 heads. Wouldn't be a dog, it would be a human, but... Yeah, that's part of it. But I'm noting that, like, the difficult, like... That does make it difficult to because oracular prophecies are big in Greek mythology. Like that's a major component. Lots of deities do things through oracles. So sometimes there's an element of like, what spells do I even make for this deity? What powers do I give their priests? I don't know. But at the same time, that's one of the kind of fun things about it is trying to think up what to do with them. Coming up with relationships between deities that get like a whole whopping one line in effectively one line in Greek mythology. Like, Krios and Koios are just complete blank slates. But also, like, so blank that it's difficult to even know what to have, you know, like, have them represent. Like, I did some blank slate deities for the Monster Mythology Update project with the Centaur deities. There was a Dragon Magazine article that presented some additional Centaur deities, and the extent of them is a name and god of, like, weather kind of thing, or god of, you know, something else. That's more information than I have for Krios and Koios, to be honest. And to a certain extent, Iapetus, who's mostly... I mean, all of them are mostly known through their offspring, but... just one of those things. Normally you have, like, a portfolio for a deity. When you don't even have a portfolio, a basic portfolio, it's like, where do I start? Where do I even start? Atlantean Titan unit is just referred to as a Chthonian. Start by making a bee deity. Leto is barely characterized, yes. Yeah, when I get to her, that's going to be a thing. I will be fully changing up Hecate when I get to her, because looking at the D&D thing, they basically made her Circe. And I would rather make Circe a separate deity in that case. Bahamut? Bahamut, you're fired. So fired. No idea what they got slated for the Aztec Pantheon. Will let me know on Tuesday. Well, I'm sure the first thing will be Quetzalcoatl. Why, you fired? That was a great name? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Great. Sure. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Orochi? It's odd. Not Amaterasu? Tezcatlipoca, and I have no idea what the hummingbird luchador is supposed to represent. Oops. Group that up. I can see why it's retold. Hey, not a rogue AI. I can admire a woman who knows how to get ahead. I mean, think about what she can do with all those arms. Iolo did that on his own. Yeah, the Aztec Pantheon is one of those that I've looked at and been like, you know what, I'm not sure that I could do this justice without really screwing it up and offending people. So I'm definitely going to put this on extended hold. Anything happened to you in Arena today? You had someone play Dreams of Laguna, and because you were distracted, you misread it as Dreams of Lasagna. Right, because you were temporarily Garfield, of course, obviously. Hindu even more so, because that's actually still a live faith. And you really got to be careful about portraying people's active faith in a potentially negative light. Like, if I was gonna do it, I would probably say I am trying to emulate the Vedas, as opposed to the current current form of Hinduism. So you can think of them as, like, not the same thing, even though they share the same name. He was, but that's what was endearing about him. Bahamut. There we go. Alright, let's get that on there. And that goes on right there. And that one on there. All right, so we got the second row, the second platform in. All right, spare parts: blue and orange 1x1 plate, white 1x1 tile. As our spare parts. Bag number 32. In June 2017, Real Madrid became the first club to win consecutive Champions League titles. Good for them. I have no idea what that means. It's very much a, I ain't reading all that, but happy for you, or sorry that happened. Means they were better at me than soccer? I mean, that's not hard. That's arguably one of the easiest things in the world, actually. I did play on a team when I was a kid. But I specifically played defense so that I wouldn't have to do a whole lot. It was one of the things my parents made me do. It is, at the very least, strongly implied, Kinshir. I'm pretty sure the game, at a minimum, strongly implies that. Yeah, it's like setting right what once went wrong. We could have been siblings! Yeah, let's get married! Now you're sad about Dean Stockwell? Did have a wonderful career, at least. Many performances for us to enjoy. Howdy, Gargamond, how's it going? That is not down tight. There we go. I'm doing pretty well. A little bit tired. Definitely looking forward to going to sleep tonight. Hoping that the weather doesn't keep me up. That would have been great. I would have been all for it. Unless you're doing, like, a super serious drama, 100% get, like, guest actors. Like, they don't even have to have, like a little, wink at it. Just have the actors so that people who, like the shows that they were in can go like, yeah, alright, they're together! No. Caffeine right now would keep me up way too much. I want to sleep tonight, not stay up. Like, I was watching The Pit, and the latest season of The Pit, and one of the doctors, I think one of the surgeons from, came down to check on a case that they had kind of thing, was an actor who'd been on a few episodes of ER with Noah Wyle. And I was like, yeah, hey, all right. It's nice to see a little bit of a reunion there. I would love to see more actors from ER show up, although that could get, suppose that might get them in trouble with the Crichton estate. Thank you, Gargamond. I appreciate that. And really, Kinshire, who wants to do that? I mean, I got some water. He's done a lot of things other than Jurassic Park. He wrote ER. Well, he wrote the short story that led to ER. And The Pit was The Pit is by Noah Wyle and John Wells. Noah Wyle was one of the major actors on ER throughout most of its run, and John Wells was I believe the showrunner for much of it. It was originally conceived as basically a sequel to ER, but they couldn't get an agreement with the Crichton estate, so they just decided to make a completely separate medical TV show. And the Crichton estate sued, and they lost in court, Crichton's estate, because it's like, yeah, they're just doing a medical drama. You can't sue, there's no copyright infringement. They're just doing a medical drama. If anything happened to you once with soda, was sort of not paying attention, shook a bottle of soda because you were used to shaking bottles of water with powdered flavoring. Oh yeah, that's gonna result in some funsies. It's all fun and games until you have to clean up the carpet. It's like the scriptwriter who wanted to sue a film made using common mobster tropes. Yeah. I mean, I get the they're it is kind of fair to sue over that, because it is Noah Wyle, one of the stars of ER, doing a medical drama, and attempting to be super duper realistic about how it is portrayed and everything like that, which was the premise of ER, but at the same time, it's like, that's not exactly unique. He wrote it as a screenplay for a movie based on his med student days, but after Jurassic Park, Spielberg shot it as a TV pilot. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It wasn't a short story, it was a spec script. What are my thoughts on Dune Part 3? I have none, because I have not watched it, and I have not watched Part 2. Part 1 was okay, but I much prefer the David Lynch Dune. I just think it's weird, and that weirdness is great. Alright, spare parts. We've got 1x1 cylinder plates in dark gray and yellow, 3L bar in brown, and a beige 1x1 tile slope. That's a take, not a rogue AI. I have not read Dune. I have no desire to read Dune, but everything I've heard is that the new movie is much more faithful. Well, it's kind of hard to have the writer's approval now. And the music. The music is fantastic. One of the reasons why I like it. Crichton was able to get a great deal for ER because Jurassic Park was a blockbuster. NBC would never give him the cushy contract otherwise. Yeah. But also, like, ER ended up being 15 seasons, I think. They got what they paid for. Like, that turned out to be an absolute blockbuster of a show. It worked out pretty well for NBC. Yeah. No, I rewatched it recently. Like last year, I think. It holds up pretty well, I think. And it actually, like, upon rewatching, it wasn't, like, I had some, like, mental complaint that the later seasons got too soapy. And there is a little bit of that, but it wasn't as bad as I thought. It wasn't as bad as I remembered. Which also could be an element of getting older. Frank particularly liked the Spacing Guild pilot. I love the fact that there's a guy sweeping, like, vacuuming up the spice goo. I mean, the thing is like, the movie, there are some things that, on reflection, are interesting ideas that don't work out quite so well. A good example, I would say, is the shielding system that basically makes it impossible to see the actors. That's not great. It's an interesting idea, the rotoscoping and stuff around them. Like, it's a cool concept, but unfortunately doesn't work out quite so well in execution, just because you have a difficult time seeing the actors. At least in Lynch, the Baron and his nephews were redheads, not bald titanium white people. A lot of that's costuming. That's fine. I mean, some of that it's gonna be based on actors and what you think is gonna work. Like, I mean, I watched Dune 1 and it was fine. It was fine. It was a fine science fiction epic kind of thing. I didn't have any problems with it. I just like the weirdness of David Lynch's Dune better. It's as simple as that. It's fine. I mean, like, here's the thing, though. Like, take the best actor you can get kind of thing. Like, red hair is kind of immaterial. Like, I mean, I haven't read the books, so that's one thing that I don't actually care about faithfulness to the books because of that. I haven't read the books. I have no desire to read the books. It's zero interest to me. I don't care. I just like the art direction, and I like the actors as well in David Lynch's Dune better. Which is not a dig on the actors of the new Dune at all. A red wig isn't that expensive, no, but it can be pretty obvious that it's a wig. And it's just hair color. I mean, they could have dyed it as well. But again, like the weirdness of the Harkonnen capital or whatever in David Lynch's Dune, that's an art direction choice. I'm sure that's not in the original. And I'm sure that pissed off fans of the book, some fans of the books. But I don't care. The book series is a little PDF file-ish, in your opinion. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I can kind of guess. I don't know, I mean, like, I'm not a big reader of science fiction. That's the thing. I like fantasy and nonfiction. And I used to like mysteries. I could probably get back into them. But science fiction, I've never been able to get into writing-wise. Just not my thing. And that's fine. I'm not saying it's bad. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there are cases of people who've like dyed their hair or gotten, and had problems because of that, or had issues with prosthetic makeup and stuff like that. I mean, Bill Mumy, when Deep Space Nine asked Bill Mumy to have a guest role in an episode of Deep Space Nine, he was very reticent because he's like, I'm doing Babylon 5 right now. I'm in heavy makeup all the time. I don't want to do makeup. And I think like he was getting a lot of requests for heavy makeup roles, and then he learned that, so he's really reticent, and then they're like, oh yeah, you're not going to need to be in makeup. And he's like, shit, yeah, I'm signing up right now. Yeah. So when it comes to something like hair color, if they, decide to not dye someone's hair for whatever reason, like, it's fine. I don't know. You get to play a human. Sold. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what it was. And I don't blame him at all for that. Like, yeah. Are there any sci-fi things about Final Fantasy I don't like? Yeah, most of them. I can get if a fantasy game isn't super serious, like Secret of Mana. I can get behind some science fiction if it's like ancient advanced civilizations. I kind of like ancient advanced civilizations. Xenogears, of course, is science fiction, not fantasy, even though it seems fantasy at the beginning, kind of. And that's fine with me. Obviously not Final Fantasy, but one of my big issues with Final Fantasy VII was the advanced tech. Like, it was science fiction-y and modern tech, and I'm like, it's final science fiction, not Final Fantasy. So again, like, Warmech is okay because that's ancient advanced technology. Yeah, so the sci-fi Final Fantasy stuff is one of the reasons why I'm not that interested in 13 and 15. I don't know. I really do not know anything about 16 at all. It was just... It didn't even... Like, it barely registered when it came out. I mean, not a rogue AI. Galliant and Escaflowne. To be fair, Escaflowne is a isekai, but still. Man, I haven't watched that in a really long time. And I haven't watched Galliant at all. I need to. Yeah, but it was magic. Yeah, the action part of 15 was also one of the reasons why I was not interested. I saw Get Dave to do an LP, and that was good enough for me. I have no desire to play it myself. I mean, if it's a Patreon reward, like a Patreon request, I'll play it. But I will probably not be good. Yeah, I'm not good at action RPGs. I mean, I'm good at some, like Secret of Mana, but it's not very actiony, you know? It's not the high-speed action style. That's true. I do not promise to complete games, but I try my hardest. If it's a patron's choice LP, then I try my hardest. Need to make multiple Patreon accounts to push Skies of Arcadia and hide FF15. Well, don't forget, it's on a system that I am not set up to play right now, so... If someone wants to work with me to get Dreamcast emulation working properly, then I will consider it. Like, I might add Genesis to the list. Also, anything that's in the Switch Virtual Console thing, those are all available. You're enjoying watching Shining Force? You can understand people not liking Beastfolk characters, though. I don't have a problem with Beastfolk characters, depending on the setting. Alright, this one goes on here. Howdy, Marav, how's it going? Alright, spare parts. Black 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud. Bag number 34. I think there's a GameCube. I think the Switch Virtual Console thing has GameCube, but I don't know if Skies of Arcadia is in there. It's weird. Like, that is one of the Dreamcast games that is widely regarded as very good. Like when people, like, if you ask randomly, hey, name a good Dreamcast game, Skies of Arcadia is going to be, like, up there. So it's kind of bizarre that it hasn't actually been remastered or ported. You know, like Grandia 2 got. Sister got you some Henry Weinhard soda, specifically their black cherry cream soda. Prepare to have your kidneys turned into rock candy if you're slamming it back. Oh, don't worry, my kidneys. My kidneys will probably be the death of me. No, actually, my kidneys are fine. It's my liver that's not. Don't consider yourself part of the fur fandom, but you do like good depictions of Beastfolk. Skaven are cool, even a couple of those anthropomorphic RPGs that are out. I mean, I'm not either. I can just take them as a fantasy race or a science fiction race. I do like them more as their own thing than an anthropomorphic animal, though. Like, I don't want an anthropomorphic dog race to just be, like, dogs that can talk kind of thing. That, to me, I just kind of find lazy. I want like, something interesting and different about them that sets them apart from just dogs. Because you could just make a talking dog. But that's me. Something like the Leonin from Magic the Gathering. I don't know anything about them other than they're lion folk. That's all I know. So I couldn't really say. But like the Liontars from Quest for Glory, that would be a good example because they're not just cats. They're not just talking cats. There's more to them. I mean, obviously, I have encountered plenty of people who prefer anthropomorphic animals. Like, they want GIF to be 100% hippo people kind of thing, as opposed to something that's not actually hippo. Like, there's nothing very hippo about GIF, other than they're dangerous, which is a pretty loose thing, you know? Do I like Wemix? Yeah, I like Wemix. Kind of find them hard to play in a D&D game just because the centaur body makes it a little difficult. It limits what you can do compared to a standard humanoid. I mean, I'll play something that makes sense for the game, but I tend to play elves. Oh, you like D&D? Name every dungeon. Pencils in Baldur's Gate 3, Almandretta for a Blade Singer, Eldritch Knight, or Arcane Trickster. You know, Lord Canis, if I played that, I would probably be like, I just want to be a fighter. I want to be a straight, plain old fighter that has no special effects other than hitting things, because, you know, you got to have just a plain old fighter sometimes. Just to see if people get annoyed by that. Name every dragon? You really want me to try that? No, just a plain fighter. Just a plain fighter. If you say that you can't do just a plain fighter, then I'm like, that seems like a flaw. Now, if I was playing in the, like, Glorantha, specifically the time period of King of Dragon Past, I would want to play a duck. Larian complained in early access that too many people were making human fighters. I don't care what they were complaining about. I don't give a crap. I mean, all I know about Glorantha is King of Dragon Pass, so... Well, I actually like to play priests or fighter mages. Those are generally my two preferred. Like, if I'm going to play something, I'm going to play a priest of some sort or a fighter mage. But the fact that there's all these dozens and dozens of classes in 5e makes me just want to play a plain old normal straight bog standard fighter. You once tried making two 3.5e races, got really complicated really fast. It's not too bad in 2e. I mean, I'll play a fighter too. I'll play like almost anything that makes sense for the game, or that I roll for the stats, because I do like rolling stats. I prefer rolling stats. Yeah, the subclasses thing is one of the things that annoys me. That's what I was getting at. Once you hit certain levels, you have to pick a subclass. I just want to be a fighter, though. Why doesn't the game just let me be a fighter? Why can't I just specialize in speed 'em? But that's the type of fighter that I want to be, a plain old normal fighter. I have thought about doing like a minimum stat run of Pool of Radiance. Basically, yeah. 9 strength for your fighter. There is, but Pool of Radiance only has fighters, thieves, mages, and clerics. Doesn't have paladins. Real Madrid is one of 3 teams in Spain that has never dropped down to the 2nd division. I was like, what word is that? Blurred together a little bit. My eyes are losing a little bit of focus right now. Like, I mean, the stat minimums in 2E for the Paladin means that you're going to have a 17 in Charisma, which doesn't mean that much depending on how you're playing. But everything else is going to be, you're not getting any bonuses out of anything. You can be a fighter cleric, yeah, but you wouldn't be a human. And I would not recommend dual classing in Pool of Radiance. Like, if you want to take your characters through all of the games, but you want classes that aren't available until Azure Bonds, I would recreate your characters, some of the characters in Azure Bonds. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know that I'd drop everything down to 3 for stats, maybe just, like, 9. So that I'm not taking all the terrible penalties. No, they didn't add Thief Acrobat. They also didn't have Druid, which is kind of weird, considering that was a major class. They also didn't have Cavaliers. They also didn't have Gnomes. Yes, Locon does give hit point penalties. But I would consider that too. Like, that might be the challenge that is fun. I mean, you can't take strength penalties with your warriors, so that's right out. But you would take damage penalties with the other classes. Paladins cannot multi-class because they're human only, and humans can't multi-class, and also even those other races that can't, like the rare other races that can be paladins, there's no multi-class combinations. Partly because there's very little that you could do, like a paladin mage, maybe, and that's about it. But as a human, you can dual class, which means you advance for a time in one class and then switch to another class permanently, and that's a good way of doing it. But I would always wait until you get to a 13 level 13, before you do that, if you're starting out as a warrior. Because then you'll have a pretty good THAC0, you'll have the best hit points that you can have, just about, and the most important thing is that you'll get 2 attacks around. Do I have a favorite color of mage in the Dragonlance games? No, because both red and white have good things that the other doesn't. So it's a very good idea to take both. If you're gonna play the Dragonlance games, it's a good idea to have both in your party. Yeah, but I mean, like, so I think that they were getting early access to 2E material when they were doing the Gold Box games, Pool of Radiance, and etc., etc. But it's still surprising that they didn't put in Druids. Red robes get access to illusions, white robes do not. I believe white robes get something like conjuration, though, that red robes don't, but I don't remember. Paramander is a lawful neutral alternate paladin. There was a Dragon Magazine article that presented paladins for every alignment. They're not that well balanced. Like, I got into this discussion with someone on another Discord about Dragon Magazine, that the material in that is not canon. Like, Dragon Magazine is not canon. It is not intended for, like, if they publish something that you must use in all your games kind of thing, or you're expected to. That is instead, like, instead it's all options. You can use it if you want, but it's also not play-tested the way that, hopefully, regular TSR products were. And this guy was like, well, that's stupid. They publish things that they don't want you to use, and it's like, no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. No, so Paramanders are the lawful neutral paladin mage. They are a mage. It's like a multi-class. It's not a dual class. They get wizard spells instead of priest spells, basically. Some of the spells are overpowered, though, and some of the other paladins of other alignments are very poorly balanced. Because, again, it's like someone sends in an article and the staff of Dragon reads it over, does editing, and then is like, alright, let's publish it. They don't playtest it, though. They did playtest Adventures in Dungeon Magazine, though. What were the gold box classes that were in the code still, but not in the release game? So in Pool of Radiance, they did have number codes, but they weren't implemented for druids and monks. Well, and also rangers and paladins. But obviously, like, those got implemented in later games. That might have been more of like they didn't have time to get it in or something. I don't know. I don't know the reasoning behind it. But yeah, like, they were obviously planning to put in monks and druids. And I think one reason why they might not have done that is because both of those classes actually have level caps. The original druid and the original monk only went up to, like, level 17 or 16. Might have been 16 for druid and 17 for... Actually, it might have been 14 for druid. I don't remember. They got hit dice the entire time, though, unlike the other classes that would get just a few hit points. But, so I think, like, one of the reasons that they didn't do that is because they weren't sure how to, you know, implement that level cap and cap out, you know, so that they didn't advance anymore. There's also the element that I think both classes were supposed to be, like, you're supposed to fight people to advance, and that was maybe another thing that they weren't sure how to implement. But that might have been druids only, I'm not sure. Woe to the ranger that picks goblins as his favorite enemy. I mean, if the dungeon master, like, if the player doesn't have a conversation with the dungeon master about that, that's on them. But also, if the Dungeon Master is not... Like, you can create leveled goblins, even in First Edition. Which, favored enemies weren't in First Edition, but you could still do it then. It's very, 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 very easy to keep goblins and orcs and other humanoids relevant if you want to. Very easy in Second Edition. And First Edition, but I'm talking about First Edition. Yeah, First Edition Rangers just, like, did massive damage to a large number of creatures, and I'm glad they got rid of that. And then, of course, there's all the people who are like, oh, 2E Rangers suck because they got rid of this thing. And it's like, yeah, that's because that was freaking overpowered, you dinks. Of course they got rid of that. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, part of the problem is that they have, like, if you're not doing a wilderness campaign, then it can be more difficult to implement some of their class abilities. But again, like, if I'm running a D&D game and someone is playing a ranger, I'm going to figure out ways to make them, you know, to allow them to use their abilities. Again, it's not hard. And if a DM is, like, expecting the adventures to that they run to not involve those abilities, then the Dungeon Master should say up front, hey, just FYI, I'm not sure that you're going to be able to use these abilities that much. Is that okay with you? And let the player decide whether they want to do that or not. Well, in 2E, it's not expansive at all. You choose a single creature type. Which, Forgotten Realms does specify that you can choose an organization, so you could choose, like, the Zentarum. And I think that also says that you can choose giants rather than a specific type of giant. But it should be based on your character's backstory, too. Like, you should not be playing a ranger and it's like, you know, you come to the table and like, yeah, my ranger's hated enemy is Drow. Okay, well, what's the reason for that? Oh, he just hates them. Why? Did they do something to him? No, he's never encountered them before. He just hates them. So if I have a ranger in my party, I am, like, if they don't submit a backstory that includes that, I'm going to be like, yeah, you need to edit your backstory. That would be very weird, not a rogue AI, considering that rangers have to be good. Alright, spare parts, 1x1 plates in beige and gray, and a 1x1 cylinder plate in yellow. Bag number 36. Yeah, it's all giant class enemies, which are all goblinkin and giants and semi-giants. It's a very expansive list. And rangers get more hit points at first level. 2d8 for some reason. I honestly do not know why. Like, so many of those decisions in first edition are very much just like, why is this way? I do not understand. Yeah, there are kits for that. There's multiple kits. Pest Killer, but that might be the gnome version of that kit. There's a few. Why do they stop getting hit dice at 9 or 10? So they don't get a massive number of hit points. Basically because generally only very, very big and very, very, very powerful, like, planar creatures have many hit dice. And a human should not have as many hit points as a Great Worm Dragon, for example. So if you let PCs get full hit dice, then basically you will probably want to expand hit dice for monsters, and it just creates and then you're looking at, you know, probably needing to increase damage to keep up with that. So it just creates this inflation. It's a way to cut the, like cut off a number inflation early. It was a joke about characters being able to fall from orbit and survive, so they needed system shock rolls. Yeah, that's the 2E death from massive damage rule. That is why that exists. If you take 50 points of damage from a single source, then you need to make a saving throw versus death or straight up die. Specifically to prevent, you know, characters from just being able to survive anything because they have so many hit points. Well, 1E didn't cap damage for spells. Not a rogue AI. Did you know that the creator of System Shock worked for TSR before he created System Shock? Did you know? Where do you think he got that name from? He worked for TSR, then he worked for Origin, then he worked for whatever company made System Shock. You did not, because you only know superficial amounts about the game. Tisk tisk. Can't play every game either? Ugh. Excuses. Excuses, excuses. What's next? No, I have to sleep. All right, 3 of these. Yeah, there's a lot in AD&D done to cap number inflation. And I think, like, actually 1E to 2E is one of the probably few times when you really get a strong pullback from number inflation. Not just in D&D, I mean in general. Alright, those are on. Let's see, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There we go. You'd prefer a more elegant solution than becoming immortal and having time control powers? I think that's a pretty elegant solution. Chronomancy, the Chronomancy supplement is pretty good. I got it when it was brand new. Its big problem is that, like, you, as a dungeon master, you cannot just let a player play a Chronomancer. That has to be a, like, the campaign has to revolve around Chronomancy if you're going to allow a Chronomancer. Otherwise, you are very much setting yourself up to a massive number of problems. You meant to limiting hit point inflation? I mean, that's not the only element of it. There's a lot of elements to reining in hit point inflation. Like, there is no one solution to avoid number inflation. What I mean is that, like, as a dungeon master, if you let a player play a Chronomancer, they're going to go into... They're going to start time traveling whether you want them to or not. If you haven't prepared for that, then you'll need to do so much extra, work. Now, you might say, like, okay, you can't actually enter the demiplane of time, Maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, I've never tried that, like, as a solution to that. But you also have to know that you will have to keep track of, like, damage that enemies have taken and stuff like that in a way that you may not have been expecting to. Yeah, like, I mean, to a certain extent, you know, playing, I'm playing Tales of Berseria right now, and we started the game with hundreds of hit points. Like, that's some serious number inflation right there. But there's also this element of, like, so a good example, and I actually got some pushback from someone years ago when I mentioned this. Like, there is no limit to hit dice for monsters, really. But a Great Worm Red Dragon has 15 hit dice. It's a pretty good amount of hit dice. There is a Lenorm, a Norse dragon, that maxes out at 20 hit dice. And there's no real reason for, like, red dragons are the most powerful chromatic dragon. Gold dragons are kind of supposed to be the strongest mortal dragons. They get 16 hit dice at Great Worm status. So why does this Lenorm dragon have 20 hit dice? There's also like multiple other high hit die Lenorms, and it kind of like I really want to redo the Lenorms because of that, because they're just all out of whack. Whereas no, Lenorms are not immortal. If you look at the existing dragons, there's 5 chromatic, there's 5 gem, and there's 5 metallic. Each one, gold dragons max out at 16, silver 15, bronze 14, copper 13, brass 12. Chromatics are 1 lower for those 5. Gems are 1 lower than that. There is no similar progression for Lenorms. Then the hit dice are just like all over the place. There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. And it really, really makes no sense. Why? And you got some of them, the like non-unique ones, can have up to 20 hit dice. And that's just crazy. You know, so it very much falls into, in my opinion, it falls into that hit point inflation trap. For no good reason, these dragons are just stronger than other dragons, and there's no good reason for it. Well, more that you're supposed to engage them with your ship. But yeah, like, I mean, like, they're not normal dragons. They are like, they fall into a different category because of that. And that's fine. Get in here. There we go. But like, if you're making a dragon that's stronger than a gold dragon, a red dragon kind of thing, you should have a very good reason for it. Wild space dragons are meant to be taken on by ships. It's a good reason for them to have more hit dice. They're not terrestrial. Good reason for them to have more hit dice. Can all gold dragons polymorph into canaries? It's all gold dragons can polymorph into any living creature. But it's just a polymorph, it's not a shape change. And the vast majority of dragons do actually follow the rules of not being stronger than gold or red dragons without good reason. But those Lenorms, they're just all over the place. And I got into an argument with someone who was like, no, it's fine. Like, why can't they be more powerful? Again, because you're getting into the problem of hit point inflation. You know? It's one of the reasons why I roll hit dice for, roll hit points for enemies in my game. Because sometimes you will encounter a giant that just did not do very well on hit points. And he may be easier to defeat than others. Because he rolled poorly. If I'm always looking for a challenge, you know, like a straight up, like, damage-soaking challenge for players, then I'm just going to be increasing hit points for all the enemies, and that's not great. I think it comes from being later introduced when proper standards might be failing, like the weird crap at the end of 3.5Es. Well, I mean, they were introduced in, I think 1E originally. And except for the hit dice, they're mostly okay. But again, that's getting to the whole point of not everything that was in Dragon was checked as well as other things. I mean, they might miss Kinshir. And if you're dwarves, you're taking they're getting a -4 penalty to hit you. No, they got into Monsters Compendium Annual 1, which I think is like 94. So that's not even late. But they were originally in Dragon Magazine, and that Dragon Magazine, it may have been in the 150s, which would be very early 2E. I need to go back and look. It was either late 1E or very early 2E. Sure, definitely Kinshir, but also giant boulders don't do a whole lot of damage. It's still comparable to... generally comparable to strong melee weapons. Now, getting into melee with giants is not necessarily the best either, because their melee weapons will do a lot more damage. Alright, spare parts, but they also have a lot of hit points. Spare parts, 1x1 peak slopes in white and orange, tan 1x1 cylinder plate, and gray 1x1 tile. Alright, bag number 37. Also, like, a lot of art and stuff makes it look like the Giants are hurling, like, boulders the size of their torso. You know, they have their hands are spread way apart, holding them up over their head, but the boulders they can hold in one hand. Like that's... we're talking 9-inch type things. Yes, because we're close to done, and I kind of want to just be done. I want to finish this tonight, so we'll just go. Go until we're done. Actually, it's later than I thought, but... I mean, if I stop now, I've got, like, 3 bags left, so... No, so a boulder is anything over 9 inches. It's still big. Don't get me wrong. It'll still hurt. It's 10:40 my time. Alright, this goes on up here. I mean, maybe it'll really tucker me out for for sleeping tonight. But there aren't, like, too many pieces in this set of bags, so... I think we're done with all of the seating, which is one of the things that I... prefer, like, they're the least fun parts of the builds, but... We got plenty of stuff here. That is going to be, yep, 1x2 tile, grill tiles. But yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be playing a campaign with a lot of giant fighting, yeah, definitely want to take some dwarves with you. That -4 to hit it's pretty substantial. If I were to play a video game before bed or even something on tabletop, would that stimulate you to not sleep, or would it bring me to sleep? I don't think it would really do either. Temperature and comfort has a lot more to do with it. There we go. There's the last of the slopes. And this goes right on here. There we go. So we have that nice, smooth slope. Very, very even there. Because each one is offset by a plate and a half. Reading might help, but I tend to do a lot of writing before bed these days, and if I'm not doing that, then I'm not writing at other times, so I find that to be my most productive time for writing. There was a time, it was like, I think it was a Sunday night, and I needed to get to bed for work the next day, and I was like, I'm almost done with this book. It's okay if I get a little bit less sleep, 6 hours instead of 8, that's fine, that's fine. 2 hours later, 4 hours. I have 4 hours. I can do it. I can do 4 hours. That's fine. That's fine. I can function on 4 hours. Okay, well, I guess I'm getting 2 hours of sleep. It did take me a little bit longer than I expected to finish that book. Okay, slots that in right. Oops. That is not. That is a mistake. Needs to be up 1. Read before bed, it will help you sleep. No, if the book is good, I'll just read until dawn. I'm usually pretty good at saying, like, okay, it is, I've read, it is time to put it down and go to sleep. It's more like, but that's usually easier if I have plenty of book left to read. If I'm close to the end, then yeah, I wanna finish that. I wanna get to the end. I wanna see what happens, kind of thing. But if I'm like only 100 pages in, yeah, it's not too difficult to put it down, because I know I'll have time to read it another day. It's not going anywhere. I do remember one time I got a book, and I think like the next day I was like the weekend or something like that. I probably got it on a Friday or something, or I might have even gotten it in the mail on a Saturday. I don't remember exactly, but I just read the whole day, just the whole day. Ah, it was good. I don't usually do that. I usually save it for bed, like. I'd usually save it for bedtime or downtime, like lunchtime at work or riding the train or something like that. Oops. Well, I mean, it depends on the length of the book. I think I did finish it. I don't remember again exactly. It has been a very long time. But it was one of those things of like, literally just bought this, now it's done. I actually did something similar. I had a book to read on the plane to Egypt, and I read the entire plane ride, and I was done by the time I got to Egypt, and my mother was like, well, now what are you going to read? I don't know. I got other stuff. I like longer books than that. Okay, 38. I like my books chunky. Where's the fun in long books? I love long books. You were in Egypt as well? I did not go to the beach in Egypt. There was the tour. There was a multi-part tour where you could continue the tour and go to a Red Sea resort. We didn't do that. We're not beach people in this in my life. My sister isn't. My mother isn't. My father wasn't. My other sister isn't. I don't even think my like my cousins and stuff are. No, I saw Alexandria. I just didn't do anything beach related at Alexandria. I'm not a beach person. Not my thing. Alright, let's try putting it together this way. A little bit more control over that. There we go. Let gravity help us do that. Okay. 1x8 plate, 1x6 tile in black. That's where the scoreboard goes. There we go. Locking that in. Turn it around here. We get that 1x4 curved piece in there and 2x4 tile right in there. Okay, now part of the roof part up here. Ah, 2x2 tiles are over there. He's snoozing away because he's tuckered out after what's happened today. Hard day of biting you? You grew up in a village that had a few nearby beaches? Yeah, it's hours away for a beach for me. Didn't bite much today. Are you sure he's okay? These scaffolding pieces were originally designed to hold lighting rigs in LEGO minifigure movie sets. These pieces. Okay, get that on. Whoops. That on there. And this goes right there. Okay, this is a spare part. One blue 1x1 tile slope from this bag. So this goes on here. There we go. So a bit of a awning over this section here. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Santiago Bernabeu is the largest Lego soccer stadium to date. Yeah, there's only been 3, so that's kind of not exactly not exactly a big list, shall we say. Okay, get that in there, so the green is on that side. Then we get this one. Slide that in together there. We're not done yet, but this is... Like, I think the rest is awning stuff. So, like, you could stop here. Let's go ahead and put it back this way a bit. So bag 39. Okay, let's see. First of all, put those aside. Got lots of blue 4x4s. Set those aside. Four by 4 half tiles. Set those aside. There we go. Okay. There we go. Two by 6s. Okay. And this one is right there in the middle. And a 2 from the end. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good without the awning on, as is, but looking forward to seeing what it looks like with the awning on as well. Okay, that goes there. And there we go. Okay. Next up, doing a... Oh, two. Okay, we need two of these. Put that there. And we've got the red heart plates. 3x3 heart plates. Going in there like that. It's interesting the uses they get out of the heart plates. Okay, some tiles, also 1x1 cylinder plates. When did they introduce heart plates? Probably about 8 years ago, I think, give or take. I'm not sure when, like in what, but probably the Friends line. Oh, I'm sure not second to those. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of other things that are actually get more use. Let's see, 2x4 tiles. And some more brackets here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And a double stack of 1x2 plates. I do not know. That is a very weird thing that I never figured out why they absorb fire. It is kind of bizarre. I mean, I would get, like, if I had to guess, I would say it was just to be unexpected. Oh, it's an undead enemy. I'll just cast a fire spell at it. Oh no, that doesn't work. It's really the only thing I can think of. Oops, didn't get that 1x3 tile in there. So we have the, like, that's actually the reason they used the heart tile, was because of these rounded bits, so that they could get these curved pieces in. So, good use of the part. Definitely one of those things of like, oh, so that's how you can use that kind of thing. Hey, no worries, little bunny. Alright, there we go. Alright, next up. There we go. The roof you are now building was first built for the 1982 FIFA World Cup. The entire roof was lifted to accommodate the top rows of seating, added in 1992. Wow. Alright, I am not looking forward to getting these off later. 4x4s in the center of a 6x12. Why these don't have fingernail grooves yet, I don't know. They really should. So the problem is that the gripping power of the whole 4x4 makes it really difficult to brick separator those up. No, I'm not going to take it apart tonight. I will take it apart within a few weeks. I don't have anywhere to store it, for one thing. It's neat looking, but I'm not a... I'm more interested in the build than the display of it. The Lego crowbar needs the fingernail groove. There is no fingernail groove on them, so it can't. There's nothing to get it under. You basically just need to flex the parts enough until there's a little bit of a gap that you can get something in, either a fingernail or a crowbar. I said flex. Lego is actually designed to flex somewhat. No, as I said, there's you got a 4x4 level of gripping on there. It's too much grip. I mean, I didn't try very hard, to be fair, but... Like, I mean, the brick separator helps. It will help. You just gotta flex the pieces a bit while tugging with the brick separator, but you want to be careful that you don't damage them. That's the thing. It's a pain in the butt, but I'm skilled. Alright. Spare parts, a white and black 1x1 plates, and a white 1x1 tile slope. And the final bag. You shut your filthy mouth, Vomit. It's not the dome, it's the semi-roof. It's not, like, not a full roof, but it's a bit of a roof. Over the seating. Teeth and on Lego. Terrible. 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 Actually, like, teeth would not help much there anyway. Is the stadium shaped like Tupperware? Yes. Yes, it is. Teeth are definitely not there for something like that. And as I said, teeth would not help. I am very good at getting pieces apart. Worry not. I actually had a friend really complain about stacking the large leaf pieces, the foliage pieces that are spindly and soft and very flexible. He said like last time he bought a bunch, he ended up breaking some, getting them apart because he had stacked them. And I told him about a very, very, very easy way to separate them cleanly and safely. And yes, it did involve the brick separator. What way is that? I don't have any of the leaves here to show an example, but basically, so they're kind of triangular, roughly. They have attachment point here, 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 and here. And you stack them, and all those will clutch. And as you're pulling them apart, because they're soft, if you like start at one end, you can like bend them too much and break bits off and stuff like that. But because they have these little fronds that stick out that have no clutch between that whole stack, you just stick a brick separator in there and twist. Pops them apart cleanly, perfectly, without any issue. It's great. It's a very, very good and safe way of doing it. Teeth are for eating food, not biting Lego. Yes, that is true. I could actually probably make a short for that. What did I do wrong? I see what I did wrong. Hey, if it gets more people to watch my channel, I'll consider it. I just like haven't had anything worth it doing, and I need to learn some video editing and crap like that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my viewership will not skyrocket, considering that my main content is very different. That's the problem. Like, I really don't think it would actually help my channel, but it might help people who want to get those parts and don't want to break them, and that's good. That's fair. Okay, there's that. 1x6 tile here. And that goes on right there. Yeah, but I haven't in a while because I kind of need to sort my Lego collection. Okay, connect that up, and I'm working on it. It's coming along. All right, there we go. So we have 2 tiles with Real Madrid printed on them. Half tiles, I should say. There we go. You know, perfect for, you know, everyone down in the stadium to see. Part of the problem is that I really just don't think that shorts will actually drive viewership to the channel. Like, that's part of it. I think people who watch shorts are not too likely to, you know, like, convert over to watching full-length videos. And the content that I create is not really conducive to shorts. Oh, yeah, no, and you guys can't handle that sexiness. Can't handle that level of sexiness. Ad revenue is ad revenue, yes, and that is one reason why I would consider it. It wouldn't affect you, huh? You say that. You say that. And then I show off my legs and you swoon. You know? And then I'm responsible for you falling out of your chair and getting a concussion. I don't need that. Okay, another curved slope. All right, Marav, have a good rest of your night, evening, whatever time it is your time. Thank you very much for coming on out. We will be wrapping up pretty soon. I need to get to sleep myself one of these hours. Also need to upload the video afterwards, so won't be going to bed right away. Alright, flipped over. 2x2. Wedge plate and a wedge plate. And a 1x6 tile. There we go. Oops, nope, that should be a little bit further. There we go. Okay, now that gets on there. And we get Real Madrid on here. Okay. So we're centering these, the tubes on the studs. Stickers would go on here, but nope. Okay. Spare parts, a yellow 1x1 cylinder plate. Got a lot of those. I'm surprised at the number of extra ones there. Okay, the Bernabeu was the first Spanish stadium to feature an electronic scoreboard, added in 1972. Hold on a second. It decided it wanted to start splitting. Fine, I will do that. Okay, so, stadium. Lid, get off the box. There we go. And it just rests on there. It doesn't click on or anything like that. It just rests. Okay. So there we go. Yeah, it is definitely the nicest of the stadium sets by far. I didn't really like the Barcelona one that much. It was too gappy because they were trying to get an oval shape. This one is not. Like it's got these, these curved corners here, but that's fine. I'm actually surprised that there's nothing on top of these. I don't know the stadium, so I don't know. I have no idea what team Messi plays for, so no clue. Let me see if I can lift it up a bit to show some of the interior details, which are really nice. Yeah, this is I think by far I think it was the most interesting build. Old Trafford was pretty nice too, but this is by far the most interesting build. I think it looks the nicest. I think it would look the nicest on display. Yeah, really nice. If it were still around and people were a fan of soccer, I would recommend it. But it's not still around. It has been out of production for a few years now, I think. But yeah, it's good. It's a good set. Is it heavy? Yes. Yes, it is. It is heavy. I don't know how much it weighs, but part of it, like, and it's not just that it's heavy, but it is bulky as well. So I can do that. But also the fact that it doesn't click together here. Yeah, it's pretty dense. But the fact that it doesn't click together here does mean that, like, if you're trying to move it like this, you do not want to move it like this. You want to move it in the four pieces. The two sides, the field, and the roof. You want to move it like that. Otherwise, it's, you're going to drop it, probably. Because not only are you lifting it, you got to put pressure that way kind of thing. And that's not, you don't want to be in that position. You really do not. All right. Well, let me go ahead and slide it back a bit, because it is about time to wrap it up. But before we go, we've got some minifigs. Fall off the shelf, please. All right. D6. All right, 5, so we're going over here. D20. 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, let me go ahead and queue up the prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig pack? Then I will put that to the side. My die says 15. That is the punk rocker. So go ahead and get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? I'm almost done with my water, too. Get my timer up. There we go. All right. Timer is up. A Minotaur manga to OVA scriptwriter. Speaking of, I watched Wind of Amnesia today, which I have not seen before, and I've always meant to. Very weird. Pretty good. Overall. Could have used some more fleshing out. Like, that would have been a good OVA series rather than a movie, I think. Did not realize that it was by the author of Vampire Hunter D. Still kind of surprised that they haven't made more Vampire Hunter D, to be honest. Yes, Wind of Amnesia. Maybe it was a Wind named Amnesia. I'm sorry. A Wind named Amnesia. Basically, post-apocalyptic, a wind blew through the entire world that erased everyone's memories, including of how to speak. So, pretty interesting. As much as I like one of the voice actors, I would probably recommend watching the Japanese if you are normally a dub fan. Alright, get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? Alright, predictions are closed. Let's get the timer going, and go. Alright, let's see what we got. What do we got? What do we got? That is an interesting piece. That is... Okay. 14.51. I believe we have the hippie. Big O, but more extreme and no robots. Oh, there's robots. Much more extreme than Big O. Like, the people in Big O didn't forget how to speak. They didn't forget how to, like, drive cars and stuff. They just forgot their personal details. All right, so that was 14.51, so let's choose the outcome. Within 20 seconds, complete that prediction. And who is getting the hams? Ah, I should have been slow. Red Hyena getting all the hams. Very nice. And no one going for 20 to 50. Shield of Hope going for 50 to 60. And Lel Bunny going for no. So plain purple legs. Always bet on all. So, and classic flowers on the sprue. Like, it wasn't that long ago that they were doing this. When is this? What is this? 2012. Like, that's only 14 years ago. Okay, the picture actually has the flowers going the other way, but I prefer this way. All right, let's go ahead and zoom in. So there's our hippie flower child. I like his tie-dyed shirt. That's great. No back printing, though. He does have arm printing. And he's wearing a vest. I like the headband and the hair. That's great. Classic flower, but this is actually a different flower stem piece. And I don't think they've done much with it at all. Like, it's in just a couple of the minifigs, and that's it. Spare parts is an old yellow flower and sprue. All right, that is number 11. All right, we got our hippie. Okay. Next up is Series 10. Theoretically possible to get a Mr. Gold, but there is no Mr. Gold. Like, totally groovy, man. Don't actually, no. That sounds too much like the motorcycle, the terrible motorcycle who gets killed by Mega Weapon in Warrior from the Lost World. All right, 6. So we're going over here. Make it hurt, Mega Weapon. Make it hurt. All right, that is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. All right, start a prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig pack? Let me go ahead and put away the other one. All right. Let's roll our beautiful bean footage die. Woo. 2. So, my die says Medusa. I would love to get a Medusa. Pretty sure my die is wrong. All right, 4 for Bahamut. That would be the Amazon. 15 for Nadorogai. That would be the Painter. A Leonin Hippie and a Minotaur Programmer of Attire Options. Derek Guy, is that you? All right, about a minute to go. Let me go ahead and reset my timer. All right, get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? Your die actually said gold minifig. Not sure how it did that. So you just picked another number? Mm-hmm. Sure it did. Sure it did. Where is Mr. Gold? Wo ist Mr. Gold? Donde está Mr. Gold? I love that all in different languages. It's great. The hippie giving flowers to the Gorgon would be cute. Yeah, but then I'd have to go paint him gray. Can't do that. Alright, just a few seconds remaining. Get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? Alright. Just about time. And... Alright, predictions are closed. And go. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got here? That is... Okay. 8.25. I do believe that we have the motorcycle mechanic. Yes, it is. All right. I felt the classic pirate bandana. So that was 8.25. Let's choose the outcome. Within 20 seconds, complete that prediction. All right, Bahamut and Red Hyena both getting all of the hams. Kinshir going for 20 to 50. Shield of Hope going for 50 to 60. And Lel Bunny going for no. So we did get this guy fairly recently. It's definitely a good minifig. Love to swap the head out and bandana out for some other, you know, make a whole squad of bikers. All right. What's the fastest I've ever solved one of these? Around 4 seconds. It was around 4 seconds. Okay. Next up, and the final one for the night. That is a 6 again, so we're once again going to the right-hand column. That is a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5. And then we slip in another one while I get the prediction going. Can all guess what is inside the minifig box? Get your predictions in. No, the 4 seconds was something like the Medusa, but probably not the Medusa. It might have been the Centaur. It was something with a big special leg bit. I don't remember which one. All right, so I got my D12 ready. All right, so Bahamut's going for 2. That would be the Medusa. Wait, no, right, shoot. That's the wrong sheet. I'm sorry. I am tired. So 2 for Bahamut would be the Pretty Kitty. 4 for Nadaroge I would be the monkey. Leonin Coachman. Like, the fast ones are almost always going to be a leg thing. You know, one of those big chunky pieces that are very hard to miss. Okay, there we go. Got my scanner up. Got my scale up. Let's get the weights up. All right. And Knight's Last Guess is a Minotaur illustrator for tabletop game books. We'll get Medusa in 1 second. I mean, it takes time for me to actually be sure. Like, time for the senses to go from my fingers up to my brain, and my brain to get to my mouth and stuff like that, and then reach over to stop it. I don't know that I could get much faster than 4 seconds, to be honest. I would be very surprised if I can shave that down. It'd be an interesting thing to get. That could be an interesting short. All right. All right, predictions are closed. Okay, first of all, I'm going to shake it and make a guess. All right, there's definitely multiple pieces. But I don't think there's quite enough for the frog or the fish. So I'm going to go with the dolphin. I'm going to say it's the dolphin. Let's see what the die says. 2. That says kitty. It's probably not the kitty, though. All right, 17.93. Definitely not the kitty. Could be the fish. It's definitely not the frog. Could be the dolphin. All right, so because I chose dolphin, I'm going to say that the weight is the fish. Although it could be the lion, but we'll go with the fish. All right. So I'm going to say that the weight is the fish. So let's scan it. Other possibility is the lion, so it's a reasonable one. Dolphin! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's open this up. Look at that dolphin. All right. Where's my cursor? Cursor? Let's choose the outcome. That is yes with guess. Complete that prediction. Who is getting the hams? Bahamut getting all the hams this time. Very nice. Yes with die roll is Shield of Hope and Red Hyena. Yes with Wade is Kinshear. And Lel Bunny was no. Having no confidence in me at all. There was no peeking. So plain light blue legs. That's actually pretty nice. It's a dolphin girl. Oh yeah, let's give her the an interesting headpiece. And one of the folding clams with a gem piece inside. A spared pearlescent light blue gem piece. Translight blue. Let's go ahead and zoom in on our dolphin. So this clam piece has been around since the days of Belleville, actually. Like, it's originally from Belleville, and a minifig can hold this bit there. Not this minifig, because she has no hands. But an interesting head element. Not quite as... doesn't work quite as well as a full creature as the fish one that does, though. And here's her other head. It's a good head. All right. Dolphins don't walk upright like this either. That's true. All right. So, that is a dolphin. Let's mark that down. All right. So, the ones that we have not gotten are the frog, the Dalmatian, and the parrot. There's only 3 left. We are closing in on the end of the month when I should get a, well, it'll probably be the middle of next month. So I'm going to keep doing this one even if we get all of them until, I mean, like, it's possible that I don't get all of them before then. I'll either go until I get all of them or until I get that new set in. So that will probably be mid-May. Anyway, that is going to wrap us up for tonight. I want to thank you guys for coming on out. Very long stream, all things considered. But we will be back tomorrow for some more Spelljammer. We'll be back on Monday for some more Dragon Quest VII. We'll be back on next Wednesday to start something new. I do have some other big sets, so I'm going to be doing another big set. What it will be, though, I'm going to have to tune in and find out next Wednesday. So I want to thank you guys for coming on out, and I shall see you next time. See you then, everyone.